I should have known. Well, here I am. Just having a coughing fit off mic. Anyways, we are here to continue this plot, which will never end. How's it going, Ramon? Arnvald's adventure. At least seems troubled.
Come to see how we're getting on? We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address.
There's supposed to be a time skip here from earlier patches, but I'm way too late for that.
Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
Is the stream running stable? I don't know if there's bitrate issues on Twitch. I guess someone can let me know.
Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
So is Ehrenwald going to be the next leader? Head up.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you.
That guy sounded like this.
Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Well, he's certainly British enough.
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
Oh, didn't realize you were a scion. Or at least I forgot.
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Twist my arm, why don't you? It's what we do, I suppose. Let's go with this one. Alright, let's boogie. Right then, let's go and find Master Livier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for a little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Why walk when you can pay to travel? Hello. Greetings, Theo. Twould seem we to accompany are involved in some manner of escapade. Have you an idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It could be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. I would definitely fall asleep. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Ralga's Reach being burned to the ground. In the later years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that those royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. I believe I see the direction of our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. So we're gonna go grave robbing. Cool. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remained simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine, the three of us, delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your mind to racing. Nod. Heart tap. Well, that's one down. You have learned the emote box. I'm gonna throw hands. Oh, and you talk to the guy behind you. The darkness below. You can almost see the wheels turning in Alphino's mind. Or head. The news of Dome and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the Imperial province of Damascus has already risen up in rebellion. Which means the Guardians must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, our involved. Have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yeah. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. You know, maybe I should have taken a little more time to start, considering I'm gonna have to read a bunch. And I pretty much choked pre-stream. Anyways, the Guardians are meticulous about such things. They uncovered the trove during their occupation. The event is certain to have been recorded. Meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials on Theodric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arnvald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peak. In the peaks, while Theo makes the rounds in the Alamegan quarter. Ah, there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbert's Gate. Sure. Alright. Hi, Jay. You're just in time for this adventure that people definitely care about. In the palace? No, not me, lad. Surely you've heard of the Mad King? He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. I'm gonna randomly gift you subs because I want the mount. Wow. I did see some unicorn thing when I opened up the game. Some Twitch collab thing. So I guess that's that. Thanks. Rat Maiden, ZZZ, and Overlord of Cheese. No, thank you. No, thank you, Jay. I did see like a Moogle thing. Wait, I think you already got that though. I'm not sure if I ever got it, but I guess it's not a big deal if I didn't. Right. I think I need to look into... Oh. I need 40 subscriber points to get the next emote and animated emote slot. I just show this briefly. Hopefully don't dox myself. But people have already given enough, and I don't want to be a greedy little gremlin. So... But speaking of which, I was thinking we do need another emote, because that was one of the one of the goals. Yes, do not drop 18. It's not worth it. But yeah, I do need to swap around some stuff. Because we had a goal for the last streamathon to do, whatchamacallit. Have another emote. I'm just not sure what it'll be. But yeah, maybe I did earn it while watching my own stream. I hope so. Maybe I can check right now. And waste people's time even more. Nothing says content like stalling. How do I change my badges? I thought there was a consistent way to do it. Oh yeah, this... Forgot about this guy. Well, I could at least add some of the, started to edit the Minecraft video. Yippee! Well, I republished my VOD, so if you want my POV for something, you can, just download it. But yeah, maybe there are some better TTV or Rank Your Faces emotes that you guys would want me to download. I don't remember this one ever. I might steal it for the squid part only. Okay. Pick the extension on my Brave browser. True. More free emotes. But at least they show up in the chat box. That's something. Anyways. Suffice it to say that I stayed away... far away from the palace as possible. Oh yeah. You want to hear an old maid story, do you? You don't look that old. Well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only seen His Royal Majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside of the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Alright. Surely this person. Hi, I shared the served with the pleasure of King Theodoric, and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by that we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If our hell's bent on finding out... If you're hell bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernold? He was the king's head scribe. If you name your child Ernold, then you failed them. You need to be punished. Yes, I am Ernold. What do you want with me? You want your money. You'd have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well. I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kingsmen? Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even... I don't know if I've ever seen grislier spelled this way. I'd expect it to be spelled with a Z, but anyways. Grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Oh. Wait a minute. I might have already seen these guys. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Mayhap, perchance. So, what exactly is the Mount, Jay? Is it a unicorn like I thought it was, or something else? Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It's just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. But I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I concluded that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. What of you, Theo? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Blah 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 blah. Turn into monsters. And what could he mean by his darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Allegrier who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, and he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning him a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Theo? Here seemed genuine. He may have been lying. I think he was genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But ere I share my theory, there's a matter I would clarify. Ehrenwald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It was not pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye. Like the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. That's why you have that, huh? War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo. Feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived. But I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees, bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. Just a crust. With Theodric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Ardenwald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall. But I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Theo, are you content to surrender the treasure to Ehrenwald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you're minded to hear it. I guess we... go with this. Are any of these actually good, though? Yeah. I'll be right back. The Mad King's Trove. Alphino seems eager to share his theory. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case arrival, treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. Never thought the day'd come. Blah 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 blah. Forgive me. It was not my intention to draw out proceedings. Simply wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by this time. By the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. Okay, well that explains the detail down there. It's my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodric's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. Oh, okay, well I guess I don't know what the abominations are. Further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there, not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed, which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. We will, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Thea, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the lock and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Ernvald and I will seek out an ensorcel? Okay. Portal within the palace. Discover the passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. I guess as a means to... so I don't go across or something. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Yo, it's Alpha now. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? and believe it leads into the ruins, then I dare say we'll be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took a liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. She'll see you soon, or we'll see you soon. Drowned City of Scala now accessible. Wow. Didn't expect a dungeon, but sure. Sounds good to me. It's an interesting rendition of the theme. Yeah, luckily it was available. Love addition to the game. Makes moving on to the game go smoothly. That wasn't like a base thing you could do. I guess I should single target. Wasn't available at first in the early days. I see. Ah, disgusting. I think it started at either this expansion or Shadowbringers. I see.
Away with you!
is a very nice dungeon theme.
Away with you! Leave it to me!
Need to get into the practice of just pressing the buttons. Also, I realize this is not lined up, actually. It should be Shift Q. Hotbar. Shift Q. That's a good question. Why is the Gladiator DPS? I thought that was the pre-Paladin tank role. Okay, let's see if I can execute this without any mouse, well, any abnormal mouse clicks. I didn't actually have to move.
Away with you!
And I think at this point, the main issue is just I'm still looking at my hotbar, so I'm not really paying attention to what's happening. But there we go. This might be better? I'm not too sure at this point. It's kind of rough, but the only way to learn. Well, not really the only way, but gotta just try. figure out when's best to use the magic spell thing. That was a waste of time. Also, wrong keys. Why did you aggro the other guy? I'll have to read your message after I'm not fighting for my life. But yeah, I think it's natural to look at the hotbar. But yeah, familiarizing with the location definitely will help. So it's more like wait, what? No, never mind. So it's more like you can get to the point where you don't need to look when you're typing, kind of thing.
My pride.
Some of these guys, shield bash or kicking them, low blow. Would that stop like doing like an AoE stun or just single target stun? That makes sense. Okay. Well, I should still use it. Well, that's the wrong button. Alright, back to single target. By the way, do you want to not see that novice network chat? Oh. I mean... Actually, how do I change it? I think that's how what I talking to, right? I guess I could just do that. Switch to party? Oh. Well, now I gotta figure out how I bring that back. How do I unhide the chat? So maybe my party has some unique dialogue. Press enter? Oh, okay. Thank you. Guess switch to party then. Oh, they're still talking. Maybe battle. Don't do battle. Don't you want a message for literally everything? Maybe event. Oh, I guess they just killed it or I'm out of range. One of those two things. Or I just wasn't targeted on it. Well, that was something. It's a pretty fun mechanic. In settings, you can choose which one will be in general chat. In the settings tab. Oops, wrong button. Well, it is quite the bizarre thing. Chat log settings. It needs to make room in their inventory. Whatever could you mean? Surely. Totally fine. How'd I target this guy? What the? God bless the pony, I guess. Thanks for the gift subs. Mounts are my weakness.
Release.
Dang. I need 13 more for the new emote slots. True. Need more people that want that mount. Okay, probably don't need this, but here I am anyways. Okay, so I think these guys I saw in a cave once. I think they're who I thought were the abominations. Which I guess they kind of are. Oh yeah, stun. If I was a better player, I could shield bash and low blow the two of them. But I will just walk away for less DPS. Wow. I can't believe it. I can't remember, is it 3 or more do AoE stuff, or is it at 3 you do single target still? I guess it depends, right? Three or more, okay. You know, it's honestly kind of ironic that the buttons I have set to my mouse are the ones I use the least. I feel like those would be the easiest to execute more consistently. Not strain my wrist. Anyways, this manticore looking thing. Actually, let me never say looking thing ever again. Lest I summon the demons. Okay, that hurt. Yes, I'm sure that was the correct thing. I wasn't just copying the NPCs. Look away. I was looking away. I'm getting scanned. No, it doesn't really matter. I'm actually curious how many quests I've already burned through in just this hour. Probably only like 3. I forgot to move. Hallowed Crown, I summoned thee. Okay, can you not drag me into the hitbox, please? No. They're testing the damage from that move. Ah, yes, of course. I was only testing you. That's the correct answer. I surely wasn't basically looking at my phone and crashing my car or anything. Well, it's over, basically. And then I get one-shotted. What the heck? Now, so you were the transformed person. That was those blue guys. I'm also now just acknowledging all this treasure around me. Very important I get that. It's a funky hairdo.
This place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite.
What's
By
the
12, there is even more
MSQ
than I
called?
imagined.
I think it's like darkness from below or something like that. It should be fairly early in the post-game, post-story.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Yeah! The Mad King's Trove. Arnvald and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of ridges. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating scepter, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your face, Alphino. So he likes floating scepters, huh? Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's Trove, and that's all that matters. The Butcher's Blood. Okay, so more Redola stuff? Or maybe not. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news. I think the least should be the first. Seconded. She's bound to be delighted. If I'm no longer needed, then I should take my leave. Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Vima for me. It's not time for me to go to the gym. I can join. Okay. Well, I'll try to speed through. If possible. There's be a meeting of representatives from across El Migo. So Lisa's sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? 20 quests. Okay. Never mind then. So when you said if, you actually didn't mean it. If you can mash to your heart's content, then maybe. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You see, we went grave robbing. And that's the story. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove. That was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Theo and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote it goes towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, there's as much as you say. Ehrenwald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you'll assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for. And that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. There's one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything. But I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I should be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. The girl, she did a backflip and escaped. Mobs gathered outside the headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. Or maybe they're demanding that she be executed. She shot my family.
All of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Jesus, lady. That's a scream of a yell.
Bring her out! Bring her out!
And a blood curdling.
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Damn.
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Damn.
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
I didn't know they said that word in this game. But they have said whoreson, so I don't know.
Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles?
This guy's a very distinct face.
I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
So this guy has a very distinct mustache.
I know you're right. I do. But I can't.
The hatred, it's calling. Nope. More voice acting, I hope? Damn it. My thanks, Raban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. It's a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. Now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folks known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then some pick up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. Sheesh. I'll say this. Messing at someone's grave is always messed up. Just let the person be dead. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. Maybe it's time for more bloodshed. That doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we planned a summit of sorts. We've invited the Ananta and the Kikaran? I don't remember who these people are. To participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to dispute proceedings, or disrupt proceedings. Let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now. But where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but I'm gonna be allowed to speak with Fordola. Only I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born. That's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facilities where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. You've the commander's permission to enter, then. Uh-huh.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
Okay.
That's a lie, and you know it.
Okay, why
We
did he...
can't tell what you're trying to do. That we're blind.
Why did he do the movement like that? Sometimes these emotes really, are something else. One sec.
Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless, relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away.
Maybe she did.
I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
I'm about to see too. So happy and
Come
hopeful.
along, Fordola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right!
So happy and hopeful.
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
Lord Gaius.
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Is he supposed to be a dark mage, or what is that outfit supposed to be?
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
Father, that man was racist.
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
This smug face. Dang.
Dola!
Traitors!
Yeah, they're using it quite a bit.
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
No.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens. We have rights. I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors!
Guy's face. Those eyes. Where's your shirt? Yeah, we're heroes. Yippee.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Who's this? This looks like Whiskar
Please,
a little bit.
you already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods, what have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time.
Oh. These are her friends that she blew up.
It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
Well, they signed up for it, literally. Should have read the fine print.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Yes.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they?
No.
Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Is she getting the power looking to my past?
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
All that dialogue, reading out loud. It's too much for anyone.
The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
I wonder if I get the choice to answer. Okay, cool. You know why. You saw. For those I have lost. For those I can yet save. Because I choose to. Kind of curious how you answered, Jay. If you remember. Or how would you answer? Yeah, I think 2 is probably the best one. 1 and 3 are kind of non-answers. Option 2 kind of reminds me of Claire Obscure. those who come after.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
Dun 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 dun. One slot remaining in your inventory. Oh no. Why did they give me hair? Okay, I guess nothing changed. Or does it consider the stuff I have here? Yeah. Ah, my armory chest. How do I access that again? And that would be how. What's some junk I can get rid of? Probably these two. Wait, what did that say? You can't currently equip the recommended armor for Paladin. Why not? Yeah, so much junk. I guess I'll just go and go to my assistants. If they're even in this town. I don't think they are. Alright, what about over here? Okay, so they're not here. Surely they're here. Wrong place. Just click on the mission to go where to check where to go. I'm looking for the assistant people so I can empty my items. I forget what they're called. Are there even any in here? Okay. One second. I'm gonna let this part of the map. Summoning bell. Okay. Man, I'm too far. Entrust some items. Hopefully there are no duplicates. And you need a lot of those armor and materials as well. So should I just sell them? Is there a way to quick sell stuff? Maybe if I hold shift or something? Yep. Nope. Okay, so I can sell them, but there's not a right-click sell. Okay. Actually, I don't know if I should do the market, or is that what I should do? Just sell or discard? Oh, I can just sell if there's no vendor? How? Which option would that be? Okay. Need to have the retainer sell it. Okay. So... So which option do I click from here to have my retainer sell it? Entrust or withdraw items. Have retainer sell item. Okay. Okay, so is there a fast way? Should I just assume all of this is trash and just sell all of it? I mean, I don't think I'm going for any glamour. And I imagine I can probably buy whatever if I do different classes again. That's certainly an outfit. When they're leveled in gray, you can just sell or discard it. Okay. But the green ones you get from special circumstance, I think, like from dungeons. But you could sell them too. Or if it's crafted. I can't sell this. Unable to complete traction cannot be sold. Oh, okay. I guess for you to have some sort of starter gear, you can't sell those. Oh, you just discard? Or not. What's up with this sparkling one? Why is it sparkling? Maybe you need to discard from your own inventory. Maybe. Unique and untradeable. Be sure you wish to sell it. Okay, well, it's a lot of pressure. Partly because it's for melding, I think. Well, I'm not full on weapons yet. I think I remember having this as a glamour at one point. Oh well, to the trash. Can't sell this. Emperor's new robe. Scion Adventurer. Okay. That one you want to keep? Okay. Shepherd's Tunic. It's like given to you by a story. Maybe you can buy it. But maybe you can buy it again somewhere. I usually keep it in the glamour. I see. Has materia attached, or you certainly wish to sell it? Oh yeah, the whatchamacallit. If you want to take something back, you can look at the retainers, buy back inventory to take it back. Oh, that's good to know. In case I accidentally sell something I didn't want to. Okay, I think that's not enough. Actually, I want to keep that. Eagle crest. By the way, if it has a wave icon next to it, means it's high quality armor. Honestly, I don't feel particularly rich. A wave next to it. I don't know if I've seen the wave yet. Alright. I think we've sold enough for now. Unable to process buyback requests once recalled. Are you sure you wish to proceed? I think I'm okay. Thanks, Miffy. The inventory. Dang it. Well, I did my armor stuff too. Armory chest, but yeah, need to make room. Just don't know what to. I guess the materia, right? Is materia just not, like, worth anything for a while? Like, is it... As long as I'm continuing the story, is it not worth the hassle? Alright. Glamour Prism. I have a lot of these. And dye. I don't think I need dye right now. Okay. think I can live without having some dye. Some fish. Some, a lot of food. And a bunch of gathering stuff. Can use it to level up. Oh. Does it just... Oh, it's on a duration. And I probably should use it more. Yeah, 3% duration, 30 minutes. Okay. All this junk. What's her thing looking like? She has more space now. Time to fill her up on side classes. And sell this. Alright, as nice as it sounds, I would rather not hear the coin jingle so much. What if I... No. I do kind of miss doing the gathering stuff. Feels like it's my life now. And you can only have a max of 2 things, right? Max of 2 retainers. So... yeah, for free. Okay. That's good enough for now. I have plenty of space, as long as I don't loot everything. Which means it's time to loot everything. Back to the plot. Echoes of an echo. No, I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Ferdola something to think about at least. Aye. And I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Theo, but the visions only come to me every now and then. With the way Ferdola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. A lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder. Could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who's been artificially imbued with it? Well, you just pointed out a fundamental difference. Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go pay him a visit, shall we? Honestly, this is more interesting to me than the main plot. Obviously, one had to come before the other, but... General Alden is inside, aye? Will you be joining him? Yes. Looks just like the battle arena. What news? You spoke with Bordeaux, I take it. Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much. But it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have the time to lend a hand. More raiding. Ew. Ah yes, let me rub the pod to really get a feel for it. The device in which Kryl was held seems to be more ominous now you know its purpose. Surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. Master Subject? I wonder how Kryl actually changed, but I guess we'll see that in the following quests. We're gonna get GMO Kryl. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the aether of the occupant. Save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior's been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. They're measuring waveforms? What's up top here? Of course. Idle conversation prohibited. Eating and drinking prohibited. Fallen scrap parchment appears to list facility regulations, but nothing of any interest. Blame investigator. It's kind of a cool shield. Like it was glowing. So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. What we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible aether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. So the supply subjects were being drained and the master subject was being injected? Is that about the idea of it? I mean, I can understand that. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Theo, shall we start with you? No. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryle and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure enlisted infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryle, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryle's echo. Ah. So they didn't actually do anything to her, they just analyzed her. They kind of x-rayed her, in a way. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryle is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. Soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and families to the skulls. There's a sentry at her door, night and day. If she couldn't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past, but you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Ysayle was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Race Vulgar's past. Something like that. I don't. Anyways, Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. Damn. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments had been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of those godforsaken procedures. And Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. Another quest done. It's been 2 hours and I've only done 5 quests. Out of 40. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You can't compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? 'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Ulda, or start again in the land of their birth. Theo, a moment. What's up, Pimpin? I am newly returned from Alda with the message from the Sultana, the little girl. This soundtrack sounds very familiar. Like it's from the base game. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. People don't... You know, with all this technology, I feel like there could be better ways to communicate with people. Where's my Final Fantasy smartphone? An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, off the note, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Theo. Alphino's thoughts appear to have turned from adventure to administration. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasure to good use shows no signs of answering itself. Shall we be about it are involved? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. I'll send Nanimo my regards, Theo. Who? Naris to you, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Guessing Nanimo is another Lalafell. Back to the castle. I kinda miss the interior of this place. I did so many gladiator quests here. Alchemist Guild. Home sweet home. Now, can I navigate around here? Probably not. Just looped around for no reason. I wonder if these are base game players. Probably not. I think that's the dancer class, right? My lord, it's an honor to face you. It was an honor to face you in the tournament. Since that day, I spent my every spare moment in the practice yard, striving to attain some fraction of your skill with the blade. Forgive me. You're here for your audience with the Sultana. Please proceed. I'm glad he remembers me. The Moogle and Chocobo.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
Oh yeah, that's her name. Nanamo, old Namo.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel.
Why does she sound not like I remember her? Maybe she had a voice actor's change.
I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learn to discharge my duties as a Sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
As long as you're helping us fight.
Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Surely I can... get a good warp spot. Adventurers Guild. Chance you remember Lilira, the merchant's daughter? This is the persona I assumed when I ventured beyond palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life. In every corner of Eorzea, I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let's be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the gate of Nald. Sure. Level 1 monsters. How nostalgic. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugee camps in squalor. At the mercy of the elements and Denaland's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is. And unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Alda. 20 years has passed since the fall of Alamigo and 5 since the calamity. Yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. You've done your best. Your hands have been tied. I'd say your hands have been tied. We have done many wars and whatnot. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Sure. Your mount can fly no higher. And that's not true. Well, we're here in the swamp. It was here in this wholly unremarkable place my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interest in eastern Denaland when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarist, we could only have brought their heirlings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of our citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivete. I'm no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as the pawn of the monetarist damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You're one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ulda and visit the Colosseum. Alright. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years I simply signed, or I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that chapter of my life. For it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rivaled gladiators. Blinkered? Yes. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice and demanded to see a fair fight. One man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he kneeled before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the Citadel. And then I had my blade. Time for another flashback. This is what I feel like when I play Monster Hunter. But what I look like is that first guy who got cut down.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Sham. Raban!
Your Grace.
How are you not outrunning
Kept the promise made.
this
So you have, and in turn,
little person?
so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar. And so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
That was nice. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa John's love for me is as a grandsire for his granddaughter, or grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. Ah. Let's get some more of this, I guess. Tana's duty. Lost in thought. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long. And there are other places that I would visit. To the Arznith Ossuary. The calamity threatened. Raban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartanu. I remained here. I pray with all my heart that Archon Louisois would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I had made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal. I see that in the corner. Reflect upon my choices and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in hundreds of battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a sultana worthy of my name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ulda. I have chosen my path, Theo. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamigans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution. An artisan school in Ralga's Reach. For any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Alden Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Might you ask the members of the syndicate for advice? Why not seek advice of one who employs refugees? I think the second one makes more sense. A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. Okay. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Manderville? Who? Well, he's a most generous man, if something of an eccentric. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only glad to receive us. Only too glad. Can I get some warping going? This is not actually a good way to walk, or warp. So I should just walk there. Wish I had more use of my chocobo. Not this way. Of course, I have to ask to use the elevator. I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. Alright, let's go. I think I visited here a couple times. I'd heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We didn't come here to fritter away the royal coin. Goldbird will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Right. Let's go gambling. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? My apologies, Your Grace. I've kept you waiting. No apologies are needed, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. The Sultana herself comes calling. There's no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown would best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland. And you're also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it would best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting, and your gracious choice of companion, would suggest to me a desire for the honest and unvarnished opinion. I should give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Alda's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most empathetically, I agree with your grace that the refugees must have housing and employment. But what profit is there for Alda in this arrangement? Profit? After all you've done for Abania's displaced, I thought you were the last person to seek benefit from their misfortune. Give me your grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It's a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Alda's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. What's up, Darkus? Surely it is not your grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill? Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Alda. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. Dang. All this writing of politics, it seems like nobody's listening. But I guess it is what it is. You've given me much to ponder, Lord Manderville. Thank you for your candor. Well, I'm sure eventually we'll get all these people, these refugees, sorted out. Neno appears to be reassessing her plans. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. By standing about lamenting my naivete will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Theo, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a benefit, or a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldener Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I'm content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Okay, so I do know of Hancock, so I'm glad it's a character I actually know, and I'm not just randomly seeking someone out. Eager I am to visit those shores. I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers... travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall wait your report by the Aetherite in Ulda. A fair journey to you, Theo, and a swift one, if you please. Alright, time to head to Kugane. Spend more money. More money, more problems. Also, special recipes. I think I clicked N by accident. Recipes under special recipes category of crafting logs are used primarily to craft items required when progressing through certain quests and duties. Among these recipes are items that are not recorded in the crafting log and were therefore not granted experience points bonus when crafted for the first time. Crafting logs filter settings can be used to view only those recipes that will be recorded when crafted. Okay. So basically, don't expect to farm those special crafted items. Gotta make your own random junk. Theo, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? Beg your pardon? Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how to best invest the wealth of Alda. My dear Theo, I have you to thank for this. Recognition, I'm sure. I'm flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise her grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exhortations are said to fill his garderobe with gold. What does that mean? He just goes out and makes money? I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you. Say at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan, the Waking Sands would seem a suitable and neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Theo, and may your dealings prove fruitful. Okay, so he doesn't actually do anything for us. Or not anymore, directly. But we will be going to the Waking Sands, which is nostalgia. Gotta go talk to little princess again. So far, the post story has been pretty good. Back, Theo. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito? And you agreed to this? I'm well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I'd hoped to keep the monetarist at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Alda effectively. Very well. I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. I don't remember what Lolorito's like. I'm wondering if he's like a scumbag. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I've heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. What do you want me to do? Randomly beat up people?
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
I do vaguely remember this guy.
You have made your point.
This guy has like a pimp mustache.
It is indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira? Hmm?
This little child with a mustache.
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I'm most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate.
Teleji Adeleji.
But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Mercantile.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar.
In return for facilitating the reparations of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry, Alamigo, you ask for the portion of subsequent profits.
Ha! I am impressed, your grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Am I allowed to answer, or? I don't actually remember that much about these two. But a saltery makes sense, kinda. Let's just go with salt. I don't know about the other stuff.
Yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied
It's like us going for the oil.
to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders. just as your grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
So they're gonna mine the salt? Is that the gist of it? I fear it'll be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Olorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Theo. I couldn't have done it without you. Ninamo is ready to move ahead with our plans. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace, and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Theo. Prevail. I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiation to Commander Hex on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the people of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. Alright. Theo, you're back. What did Nanama... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. This plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Olorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he's the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, at least, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. Cover a portion of the investment? What does that mean? We have a fortune at our disposal, after all. Oh, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Olorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Iskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Theo? I might need you to fill in the details. That shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances... Okay, I guess I'm not going to sleep tonight. Since I have to do some early morning driving. Anyways, finances. Three more to go. Oh, this guy just says the same lines. What manner of mischief brings you youngins to Old Watt this time, eh? You want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad? Yo, tell him about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad, we'll take care of all that. Commander Hex has been talking about starting up regular patrols. I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. Truly I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You have some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Theo? Think you can cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach them how to deal with them? That's not wasting time, then. I'll see you by the lock. Whilst you're busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, Theo. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. Search your surroundings for yabbies. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a yabby and inspect it with left click. Okay, I guess these are not yabbies, or... I gotta check for weak points. I don't know, they're joints? I'm not seeing any particular spot that seems like a weak point. Oh wait. Nope, never mind. Oh, that to end it all. How? How is a jaw the weak point? Abby's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Looks as rough as as everything else in his body. I think the neck seemed like it was vulnerable. Looks like he found a yabby. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Just hit it as hard as you can. Aim for the soft underside of the head. If I gave bad advice, if he would just die. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then, wish me luck. You about to do uppercut them? Good job, I guess. Thanks, Theo. I did just as you told me to, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. I think I can handle the yabbies now, but we should try something different. What else is out there? The phobads. Stab them in the eye, huh? Phobad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Ugh, Phobad. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard. As hard as you can. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab it between the eyes, then. Not between the eyes, stab the eye. Damn, flattened. This is kind of cool, though. Inspecting monsters. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo, watching your every move. But I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Theo. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road. We should head back to the Saltery before Granddad starts to worry. This worry I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabi's hatchlings. Alright. Let's be off then. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself, after a bit of instruction from Theo here, like... Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. Fine young man you become, Whiskar. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late, I hear tales of folks over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. Blissful arrival. Okay, seems like I'll get some more stuff. Seems Whiskar has the Saltery security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my investigation on the site. With little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obligated to wait around on my account. I'll remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Alda. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in Alamigan Quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. I'm hungry. Honestly, I'm pretty glad I was able to turn off the mount music. More games should have things like that. Namely Pokemon.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
I don't remember any of this.
Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Okay.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Their lives would be forfeit. Execution is not the answer. Maybe just having them labor is the way to do things. It seems like the general thing we've been accustomed to, I guess. Nah. Execute them.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one of their crimes.
Kind of started this whole big war, or we're a part of it, so.
In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard.
I doubt it will be.
Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
Walk with me, talk with me.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't.
It's not your
But
fault.
even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain.
Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
I'll work that out between you and her. That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Harnveld, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Nanta have arrived at the main gates. I don't mean the Vera. They are Kaliana. And the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may need help. A blissful arrival, huh? An invitation was not extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kaliana would refuse it out of hand. We'd best go and see for ourselves, Pippin. Take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Theo, you dealt with these Kaliana before. I'd have you at my side. Well, maybe it's not actually a bad thing to have them a part of the council. I mean, it's not like they did anything after the primal summon. Which kind of didn't happen voluntarily anyways. But they're members of this land, so maybe they should at least have an opinion. Not be written off for one incident. But it's all matters of morality, I guess. How you judge people who have done wrong, made mistakes. Either way, I can just cut them down if they want to act up. Hey, Raban, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss. Yeah, that's why it's called Blissful Arrival. But we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Garabania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're getting to a compromise. And we will have people standing guard. Aye. Let them keep their swords. Then we will have an agreement. Lead the way to our meeting chamber. Why do I have a feeling we've welcomed a Viper in our midst? Well, this is the last quest of this expansion, or this update. Return of the Bull. Raban seems unconvinced by the Kalyana's sincerity. This Kalyana elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of our tribe. What think you, Theo? The enthralled cannot be trusted. Mayhap even the enthralled can learn to compromise. I would just be hesitant. Hi, it is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there's no salvation. And I strongly doubt the Kalyana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Theo. My thanks. I will see you in the palace. Okay. I feel like if Raban retires, then he's very likely to just die. So I don't know if that's exactly ideal. Sword and shield. Thanks, Chocobo. Gotta forbid you start flying while we're falling and breaking our legs. Yeah, I brought reinforcements. Arnval told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alize's report suggested that they shun contact with other races. Despised it, in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty agreements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, 'twould seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Okay. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Theo, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the east edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Okay. You're the Scion, sir. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside. If you follow me. Okay.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern.
Who the heck are you? And this hater. It's apparently a leader.
You've come from every corner of Girabania.
My boy stanced up.
The future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in?
The swords.
For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place?
Yes.
Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Friendship? Ew. I cast Fireball. What is this?
Expertly done. Lise has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
It's time to assassinate you all.
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Girabania devote themselves to our faith.
Oh, brother.
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Good lord. Give it a rest.
happening? No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
This freaky snake. I'm taking out for an answer. Oh my goodness. No.
God damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No, you don't!
Ah, my ribcage!
Would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
Alright, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whatever she's about, you'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Damn, he's so cool. Well, you and me, paint face. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? Can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. If I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light on my side. We could do this. Isn't that right, Theo? Use the duty action deflect to dissipate the Aether Spears. Lakshmi releases during battle. Be warned that only an ally... Allowing an ally to be enthralled by an Aether Sphere will result in failure. Okay. Well, let's expect us to fail. A couple times. It's been so long since I last fought. Alright, there's more to this.
I offer you peace and serenity.
This music again. Brother, can you go for the one that was nearest to you? Oh my god. This is not even like fighting, really. This is playing that King Babam minigame.
I offer you peace and serenity.
Oh, since I have to... Well, I have my thing anyways.
I shall free you from your hate.
Good lord, lady. Enough is enough. Release me!
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Yeah, I was about to miss one. Oh, snap. Redemption.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
My goat? Alright, let's do this. To me. Where's she at? Okay, everyone's out. Please be useful. Sweet.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
She has shield for us. This is a good ending to the first batch. I don't actually know what this thing does. How? Exactly goes planned. That I think will be okay. Why'd I untarget her? Guess we just DPS this out. I don't think we're gonna last. Or I guess they just let me break. Sounds good to me. Get this lady out here.
We did it! We beat her!
Sick to be after we... Oh. I see the the cutscene, or being convinced to show up.
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Seven hells. It's her. The Butcher.
My God. Gonna drop it.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Nope. Slight redemption. Well fought, Theo. Arnvald. That was a near thing. Aye, our stand against Kaliana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. You'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have. Yeah, it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass. We were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson, and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kalyana, keeping their weapons springs to mind. The Primal's servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any other acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Y'shtola. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing here? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfrid was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She just wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance. And we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances, make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face, if that's what it takes. It's a long and arduous path you've chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Theo, you and your scions are to stand down. Get some rest, you've earned it. If you say so.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
You'd think they already give him like a prosthetic arm or something. Their technology. But maybe in a later expansion.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But Your Grace.
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Race is not over yet.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
It's only a jest.
But I I must yield the floor to Raubarn. He has an important announcement to make.
I'm going home.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye, that seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubarn.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Good lord, this quest keeps going. I think it's about time I head back to Ralka's Reach. What's next for all of you? Halze will be eager to hear recent events, so I shall join you. If you have no objections. I'd welcome the company. Thea, why don't you come along to the Reach as well? Once you've set your farewells to Nanima and the others. Upon completion of this quest, you'll be able to access the palace's rooftop garden by speaking to the Royal Menagerie attendant. Peace out, big man, little people. Actually, did I get the other... Okay. I guess it was a part of this quest. I really thought I had something else. I'd get more armor pieces, but I guess not. Not yet, at least. Well, here we are again. Alpha has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It seemed I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Y'shtola when I heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a close eye of the Caliana. I'll say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. Looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisal will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost. As the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning. What was that? And what was that? In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Caliana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army? Out of interest, are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's new recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller, independent groups. And when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralgar's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. That time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Raban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nenemo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. And that's that. Except not really. Go Setsu. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there their generosity ends. Without coin in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like To look so much gets him? Oh, woe betide the poor man in the city of rich merchants. These dunk are delicious. Will you have one? Does she have amnesia? More sweetbreads. I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. It's just like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I'm alive and I must return to my master's side. Come, Suyu. Not Gyotsuyu anymore. Holy amnesia arc. Shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, have you heard the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword? To his own sword. Do not believe everything you hear. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he's already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests, and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable. That our own officers would be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the province has begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Will you buy me a cheeseburger, please? No. Alright. Well, we're done with the first patch. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really 4 left to do. So, yeah, we'll leave it at that for this stream. It's only been 4.5 hours. And we got a lot done. The dungeon, fought a boss, etc., etc. But still lots to do before I get to the next expansion with the cool stuff that everyone is hyping up. I guess you did make it in time. Kind of. At least in time for me to leave. But thanks for returning. Hope you have a good night, and I'm gonna play some Pokemon tomorrow with DBZ. Probably. We'll see how things go. Hopefully it goes smoothly. Anyways. Peace out.